Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. And today we're going to be getting back into my coding stream, my Sunday stream that I do every week. Well, maybe not every week, but as much as I often can. Hey there, Jedi. How you doing there, bud? And we are going to be continuing our work on building my game GGG. So that, if you don't already, if you're not already aware, it, the plan is to get it to a point where I can distribute it out on PC and mobile. Now, I'm not there yet. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done on it. So, or at least I don't, it's definitely not a finished product because obviously you need actual gameplay. Um, so we're not there yet. But I'm learning the ropes of Unity and C Sharp, and we're going to continue working with the tools that we have to get this into a functioning game. So when it starts getting to that point, then we'll put it into beta, and you know, we'll have you, the viewers, kind of test it out for me, see what problems there might be with the game. So, um, go ahead and mute that. um, but obviously, that's going to be later down the line. We still need to get the um, the AIs to move around the board. We still need to enable the resource collection, and then we're going to need to also uh, figure out how to transition from one level to the next. So we got some work. We got some work to do. So um, let's see. Let me get everything kind of set up here real quick though. I haven't gotten everything up and running just yet. So we're running a little behind. So um, okay, I didn't know that I finished off a water. Okay, whatever. Oh no, wait. Okay, never mind. Okay, so um, last we left off, we were working on getting the human players to kind of work and move around the board, but we still had a little bit more to kind of do on that end. Um, so I think we're fairly close on getting that taken care of. So now it's just a matter of actually inputting some arbitrary values in there, just as a test to see whether or not we can actually get some movement going. And then figure out the movement speed and so on and so forth, just so we can, um, figure out um, what's a good speed um, for the game overall, and then we can worry about like maybe figuring out ways to like maybe speed up the game for the player if they really want that, like do like a pause, a slow, a normal speed, and like then a fast if not super fast. We can try that out, but um, might might be a little problematic depending on how much the you know, how fast everything's going, whether or not that's going to kind of slow down um, the enemy's calculations, trying to figure out, where they're moving and all that. Because each AI agent is going to be having to figure out where they're going to be moving to. So there's going to be a little bit of a problem on that. But or at least there might be a little bit of a problem. It all depends. Um, so let's see, anything else? Really, really. Okay. Let's see. Editor update check. Okay. Everything looks to be relatively in order for the most part. I really do need to download that new version. Okay, let's go ahead and get this live for you all. I also need to get some music for myself going here. Let's see. Just so my headset doesn't die out on me. Okay, everything's good there. Okay, there's that. Let's see. Let me make sure that. Let me keep my headset going here. It just needs some kind of audio input. It doesn't recognize the fact that the it I have audio output going, and that should still kind of keep it alive. So, hence the reason. But and no, I won't be able to play the music there, folks. I am much like everybody else that's on YouTube and um, Twitch is afraid of the um, copyright system. So I just go about ignoring it completely. So let's see. Don't need the music super loud. Come on. There we go. There we go. That'll work. Okay. So, let's see. I think, I don't think there was, I left off with any kind of errors last week, but we'll have to we'll have to see. Um, let the Unity come up and tell us how we are doing overall. We still got, we'll go ahead and open up the scripts at soon, and then we'll continue working on trying to get some movement going on this. So, uh, okay, compile errors. Yeah, right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our code open up here. So last week I had to change the attempted move around because um, in the past it was you're using the row 2D um, tutorial that I used to kind of get a general sense of what Unity was all about. Um, the um, there was they didn't really have too much in terms like of interaction. They made a really simple game, um, which I mean, you're welcome to kind of uh, check that out if you want to. They do have some other tutorials out there for Unity concerning the whole 2D platformer kind of concept. So if you're curious as to what you can do with it, then there's tutorials and um, projects that you can kind of work on if you're interested in that. Um, Feel free to kind of check that out if you're interested. Um, but I really kind of wanted to get started on this game. You know, I did one tutorial to kind of get a sense of what I was going to be looking at. Um, let's see. Okay, don't need both of these open. Just need one window. Okay. Let's see. Now we'll open up agent here. Now we can go down to uh, the attempted move, which, you know, I have here as, you know, just an abstract bool with the attempted move. Now, it used to have a particular object here. You know, it used to have, you know, this. But the problem is that there's too many interactions um, with the agents. You know, there's too many objects that the agent can kind of interact with, that they can collide with. So um, I can't, um, you know, they made the calls in the row 2D, um, you know, with just the wall, and that's it. That's all they had on there. Okay. And it's not enough to do what was needed. So um, I needed to work on something a little bit more. I needed something to be handled a little bit more. So I went ahead and um, you know, removed the object and had a return for bool to kind of state whether or not the attempted move was, you know, was successful or not. Now, as pointed out here, because of those changes, I still haven't been able to um, finish off everything um, that I wanted to finish off, obviously. You know, but I mean, this gives me a sense of where I left off last week. So, pardon me, I need to blow my nose here, obviously. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, um, so we're gonna need to go to each one of the ghosts, ghouls, and goblins. We're gonna need to look at our uh, agent or the manager here to see what's going on, as well as the warrior. So we got some work to do. Let's go ahead and get our enemies loaded up. We have the game manager with an error, and we have the warrior with an error. So let's go on down to our attempt here. Okay, so it's just complaining that, there's nothing inside the class right at the moment that um, is returning the bool right at the moment. So we're just gonna put something temporary in there to handle the error for now. That's all you kind of need to do. Um, so okay, turn false, and then here turn false. Okay, so those are temporarily fixed. Okay, we don't necessarily need to worry about them just yet. Okay. The whole purpose is to get the humans to kind of work right at this point. So the next issue, the next error is the game manager here, and they're trying to basically say, okay, well, you know, both of these are inaccessible due to its protection level, of course. um, it's not that, these uh, you know, I'm still used to Java's ability to, if it's protected, it's covered under the umbrella of the object. Like if you create an object of the class, it should be able to access all of its particular protected values. But C# doesn't do that. So, which makes me wonder what the hell protected is all about anyway. You know, um, what's the purpose of protected um, from within its own class? I don't really know. I don't know what the point of that would be. Um, I can understand private being that the only thing that is able to access a private function would be inside the class itself, and I understand public being able to be accessed by anything outside of said class. So protected, in my mind, was meant to, still be able to access the functions from the point of the object, you know, asking for access to said function. Why you have that being kind of restricted to just inside the class, I don't really know, but um, whatever. Um, it's just a decision by the developers of the coding language, so I'll leave it at that. Um, it's just something that I'm gonna have to deal with. So, okay, so here we're basically being told that, uh, the human class cannot access its pathing or move because, I have that set as a, oh wait, okay. It's not in the human itself. Right. Pathing is here. And there's no access to it, so make it public. So that should clear out this error. Um, but again, there's nothing that's gonna like come about on this. So um, now what we could do is let's go ahead and kind of work on this a little bit here. So move isn't correct. We want to do um, the attempt move with the coordinates that the pathing is going to generate for us. So um, so this is attempt, and then we want to put in next destination and y destination. All right, and now we need to put in the c factor to destination, then actually let's there we go. Okay, now what we want to do, let's see. I'm going to need to actually put the x and y values into here as a test. So right, and it's inaccessible. All right. Oh, right. Okay. Hmm. Can't necessarily um, put the values directly into the um, so here's where things get a little interesting on this one, because now uh, we're eventually going to need to do something like, out destination. Okay. Um, here, I'm going to need to update my pathing here with with that value as well. So vector 2 out, or out vector 2 test. All right. So um, oh, right. Okay. Test equals new um, vector 2 0 0. All right, there we go. Now let's see. So now we got, this kind of working a little bit. Okay, but we're gonna need to we should still be able to kind of get the position of where um, we should be able to kind of get um, the position of where the human currently is. So we shouldn't necessarily need to worry too much about, you know, um, adding too much into the pathing. So we don't necessarily need to worry about that too much. Um, oh, but we still need to have um, actually, hold on. Um, okay, so let me think about this a little bit here. So we need to um, we're trying to get to a certain location on the map for the pathing to find where it needs to go. Um, so it can generate a path. Okay, that's what the whole A star is all about. Okay. Um, now the we could probably make this into like a start routine. So we could do something like start coroutine kind of thing. We could do um, something like this where we just kind of say, hey, we're gonna kind of copy all this and just kind of plot it there, put it there, or something like that. I don't know. I'm still kind of um, probably not exactly the best to kind of start off with. So hence the reason why I'm going to comment that out. But that's um, the reason why I want to do the coroutine though about it is that I don't necessarily want it to stop. Um, I don't want that. I don't want it to get rid of the queue going from one spot to another. Okay, when you're doing A star, you're trying to get from your initial start position to your end position. Okay, and that might require like multiple different tiles or squares or what have you to get to your eventual destination. Okay, you start from one, go to the other. Okay, if it's right next to each other, it doesn't really matter all that much. But it doesn't really matter. Okay, it's you still got to start and you still got an end, and your queue um, of your pathing is still gonna take a bit of time to try to figure out, you know, um, how to kind of get from one end to the other. Now that might change. That might need to kind of adjust a little bit because um, if seeing that I'm going to be using Fog of War in this, I'm going to need to modify uh, the pathing might not be accurate all the time. Okay. Um, it might decide, oh, you want to go to this particular location that is completely off the map. Okay, well, we're going to have to kind of start running around all over the place to see whether or not we can actually get there. Okay. Um, and it might get to a point where they might run into an enemy or something like that and completely nullify the pathing. Okay. We'll see. Um, we'll see what happens there. But for now, that's fine. Um, but we need to, or our attempted move is going to be going towards Um, I have the X and Y coordinate, which is meant to get to the specific, row and column for my tiles. So, hey there, Harder. How you doing there, bud? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Okay. Um, so then, obviously we check to see whether or not it actually works out and so on and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Um, it's going all right, thanks. What's happening here? Well, I'm just working on getting um, I'm just clearing out the errors that I have, which there shouldn't be any more. Well, there's probably one or two more errors now. Yeah. Um, so I need to. I'm gonna go on and clear those out, fairly soon. But I'm just kind of talking about um, how we are going to get from our game manager, taking in the values from the player as to where their AI units are going to need to be moving towards, and um, and we're going to basically attempt that particular move from where uh, the player's unit is currently located at and where it's going to go towards. So that's what I'm currently working on right now. So let's see. Um, Now vector 2 is um, its x and y values are floats. Um, Now I was thinking about using vector 2 as a holding value, seeing that you can use the x and y value on that um, to get to its next destination. But I think I'm seeing that they are float numbers. I mean, I can still use floats for the integers, um, for the x and y coordinates. So it's not going to be that big an issue if I had to switch the attempted move over to floats. But maybe I can just do a cast. Hmm, is that going to cause a problem for me? I don't know. Let's see if I can. Let's see if it causes me a problem or not. Okay. Let's see. Now we can look back on our errors and find out what the heck is going on here. Cannot access modifiers when overriding public. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, let me check out the attempted move here. Yeah, that's public. That's public. Oh, right. Okay. We still have it as protected here. I haven't made that change yet for these yet, so let's go ahead and fix that. And here we go. Depends on how precise you need it to be, surely. Yeah, I don't. Um, I'm just interested in the integer digits. That's it. So, um, because um, I'm using integer digits for the placement of the hex tiles, so I don't necessarily need to worry about precision when it comes to that. So, um, but the concern that I have, so okay, let me um, so when we are going to be using A star for the pathing of the AI agents to get from one location to another, um, I'm gonna eventually need to figure out, what the next tile that the agent is going to need to go towards. So the best way of trying to encapsulate the x and y value is just, you know, maybe just throw it into a vector 2 value, which obviously is floats for its x and y value. Um, I mean, I could probably create um, a class just for the x and y value, but that's it's kind of pointless on that. Um, I presume you don't want to take advantage of the nav mesh agent stuff built into Unity. I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to there, Harder, so let me go ahead and look that up real quick. Let me bring up a browser and do a search on that. It's Unity's pathfinding, whether it would be suited to what you're trying to achieve. I have no idea. No worries, but I mean, you're coming into this development pretty much midway through. So, I mean, if you want to, you can go and look at my trials and tribulations of everything that I've done for this particular game. I put a lot of them up on my YouTube channel already, but there's a lot of videos there already concerning this. So, um, alright, so nav mesh agent. Let's look into this a little bit more. Okay. This component is attached to a mobile character in the game to allow it to navigate the scene using the nav mesh. See the navigation section of the manual for further details. Okay. Go ahead and take a look at that. Um, type ID for maximum turning speed while following the path. I mean, don't really need to worry too much about that. Um, um, I don't need to worry about braking. I don't want to worry about that. Um, Should the agent attempt to acquire a new path if the existing path becomes invalid? I mean, that's possible. Um, Avoidance priority level, interesting. Hmm. Well, I mean, if this was on a, I mean, I don't mind when folks come in and kind of give me some helpful resources. They're harder, so no worries on that. No worries on that. I'm still learning Unity myself, so there's obviously going to be some portions of the utility of workspace that I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be totally aware of. So, so this is perfectly fine. This helps me out, and it might help out someone else that might be kind of watching as well. So, don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. I don't mind. I don't mind when you give suggestions as to um, what's possible here. Now, um, now this obviously is it can be really helpful for um, anyone that is working on like a 3D project. When um, you're not limiting the locations of the units. Okay. So like if you're playing like a platformer kind of thing, and you're having the um, units jumping around and whatnot. Um, well, I mean, a 3D platformer would be a little difficult, but um, not to say that it's not possible, but I mean, um, that would require quite a bit of resources if you're wanting to create a 3D platformer. But if you're doing like a 2D platformer, then there's certain details on here that you don't necessarily need to worry about too much. Um, okay, so okay, okay, using the nav mesh. Okay, so um, so in this particular case, okay, so um, we have our landscape, our uh, what's the word I'm looking for here? We have basically our level, something that we want to traverse. Okay. And if you're having an AI agent that's trying to get from point A to point B, for example, then you're going to need to have an idea as to what is allowable on your map here. Okay, I believe that's kind of what the nav mesh is all about. It's kind of giving a sense of what is possible to traverse on, and then um, using the nav mesh agent um, and using the your overall um, level design. Um, it's going to be able to kind of use what you have to get from point A to point B. Um, now, mine is not a 3D landscape. Okay, it's a 2D. So we're stick. I don't have the artistic abilities to do 3D rendering right at the moment. Um, so uh, my limitation is 2D for now. So we're basically going to be kind of looking at a 2D landscape. Now you could still use this for that, but again, I'm also limiting the player as to, um, I'm using specific tiles of their destination. I'm still kind of using um, the 2D roguelike tutorial to kind of continue my learning curve on this, seeing that this is my first build, my first game using Unity without any other like tutorials and the like, then I want to take what I learned from that tutorial and kind of build off of that. So we're gonna stick with the tiles for now. So while this is going to be really helpful for anyone that is not worried about that has more of a like a point-to-point destination. Um, I'm not worried too much about that. So um, so this is good if if I wasn't like setting myself up for just like the tile-based movement. Okay. Um, and I don't know if I really need to include all of this for that. I mean, it's good, but I'm not sure. Hmm, I'm not sure if I really need all of this or not. I like the idea of it, but seeing that we are kind of moving from tile to tile, it might be a little more than what I need. So, um, if it's not set for purpose, then it is what it is. If A star is figured out and best suited for you, then brilliant. Just thought I'd play devil's advocate a little bit. No worries there, Harder. No worries. Like I said, um, it's all a matter of um, if I was doing A star, for example, on something that had um, a map very similar to this kind of thing, then yeah, I'm pretty much doing a little more. I'm causing myself a little bit more hardship than what really kind of needs to be, because um, with A star you have certain destination points um, to kind of build your path along. Okay, that doesn't really work very well. I mean, I mean, you're still kind of using A star for pathing along these lines or something similar. I don't know exactly what they use for their path fighting directly on Unity. If they're using A star, then that's fine. They might actually be using a newer algorithm, probably, maybe. I don't know. I haven't been studying the AI pathing as much as I should have lately, so it's been a few years since I've really kind of did this. So, um, but like for A star, you'd want to have like little nodes kind of set up here so you can just basically say, oh, okay, I need to get to point B over here, so I'm just going to need to kind of go here to there to there to there to there to there, that kind of thing. That's um, but um, with you can you can obviously do a little bit more with that depending on um, where's your destination. You're basically shooting out. Um, you have a certain view um, from your agent. Okay, like if you're doing like a radar scope kind of viewing, and the site finds a solid wall, then obviously it can't continue along those lines to actually, it can't go past the wall or anything along those lines. So it's going to have to figure out, the next best path around it. So, um, A star is cost based, isn't it? It can be cost based, but it doesn't have to be cost based. Um, You can definitely put a um, you can put cost in the path if you want to, but you don't need it. Okay, um, so you don't necessarily need to um, if you're still gonna have if the cost basically adds distance onto the path, basically. Like, hey, this particular path is a little bit harder than this one particular path, so you'd probably want to pick, this path over here, versus this path that might be a little bit harder to go through. Okay, like this is a swamp that you have to walk through versus this is a roadway. Well, roadway is going to be a little bit quicker for you, unless of course you're traveling by boat. Then probably the swamp's going to be better. um, but uh, if you're on the roadway, you're not going anywhere. Um, but you don't necessarily need to have that cost system in there if you don't want it to. Okay, you can just have it as straight roadways. Okay, meaning you can have if you're going from if you're like have a little diamond where you have like point A going to point B, C to get to D, then you can choose either path to get to D. A, B, D or A, C, D. It's basically the same amount of direction on along those lines. So you can basically put a little bit of like a randomization in there, like, hey, I'm going to go to B. Oh, wait, I want to go to C. You can put some randomization in it if you want to, but you don't necessarily need that cost to try to find that path. Um, so, um, so like for example, let me put use the this model here as an example of cost-based pathing. So let's say you're this block here. Maybe make it a little bit smaller so it can actually go up these ramps. Or you're just like a little person right next to the block. Okay. Let's say we need to get you over to this pole over here, for example. Okay. But we're going to put a little cost system into the path. We're going to say that this particular ramp right here is super steep. Okay, meaning that it has you're going to basically have to like crawl your way or climb your way up this particular path in order to get to this spot right up here. Okay, whereas this path over here is actually fairly gentle slope. Okay, you're not going to have to break a sweat going along this particular path. So, what's quicker for you? Are you going to be needing to go up this path, which can really kind of tire you out and might take you a long time to climb it, or are you going to walk around this way? Sometimes you might actually find that the cost-based system of A-star might say they're both equal. So it might just say, okay, we're going to climb. So, um, but if it wasn't cost-based, then this particular path would be shorter than this particular path. So the agent would walk up here to get to this pole before we would even consider traveling this route. So that's basically the difference between cost based and all along those lines. For anyone that's curious about it, I mean, if you already know, then you already know. But that's where the main difference lies along those lines. So, um, but we're using tile based and we're using tiles for our placement and um, we're not really worried about any, each of our agents are going to be pretty much stuck in one particular tile. Um, I'm not having them kind of move too much around the map. Now, maybe like in like a version 2 of the game, then I might kind of remove tiles altogether and see how I can build the game into something that has more of an open layout of it. And then we'll go ahead and kind of switch on over to the um, mesh agent a little bit more. You know, implement this into our AI agents, then creating our own system. But yeah, this is a little more than what I need. So, but thanks for kind of bringing that up for me there, Harder. I appreciate it, man. I'll definitely have to kind of keep that in mind. Um, if I do create like a second or third version of this game, down the line, if I actually do like, create like a team building like the second or third version, um, then we'll definitely have to keep that in mind as we move along. So, okay, so where do we leave off? Back to squishing errors. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, so we shouldn't have any more errors if I'm not mistaken. So it should be compiling perfectly fine. I had to switch um, protected over to public. So okay, so it compiled perfectly fine. So now we can just, just to kind of show you harder what I currently have. Um, let's hope that there's no runtime errors here. Yep, there we go. So um, tile-based system characters stay on one particular tile, and then you have enemies that are appearing on other tiles. So I'm just having them kind of walk from one tile to another. That's it. That's all I'm kind of needing to worry about for now. So now it's just a matter of actually getting them to move from one tile to another in this particular case. So um, let's see. Now we have positions for um, the human spawn points. Obviously these are generated at random, um, so what I'm going to do is we are going to go to our game manager here, and we are going to kind of create our own destination in this particular case and see if we can actually get it to work. So so in this particular case, we're going to go to our um, pathing here, and we're just going to arbitrarily put in some values here. Um, no worries there, Harder. No worries. It's getting pretty late for you, so I take it that you are out in Europe or so, or yeah. Okay, man. No worries. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it there, bud. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. Just know that I do these coding streams every Sunday. Um, so if you want to check on back, I do this every Sunday from 2 to 6 p.m. PST here in the States. So, you're feel free to come on back and join me again. But sounds good. Sounds good. You sleep well, and I'll catch you next time. Okay? Thanks. Thanks for pointing out the um, the agent code and the like. The nav mesh agent. So appreciate it. It helps. So, oh wait, hold on. It add go away. Okay. Okay. So, we are going to attempt. Uh, we're just gonna kind of throw some regular digits here as well. Oh, thank you for the Twitter follow as well, there, bud. Appreciate it. Okay. We're just gonna put in like an arbitrary value here, so we can see whether or not we can actually kind of get these guys to kind of move towards this destination. Whether or not it works or not, I don't really know. That's hence the reason why we're testing everything out. Um, so let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna need to know whether or not I'm actually going into these. Um, I'm gonna call up on our debug log to kind of see where we stand on this. See where, um, um, I don't necessarily want to go through stepping through this all the time. Okay, the debug log allows me to kind of get information on the fly. Um, so make use of it. I mean, you can step through if you want. Okay, that helps you pinpoint certain errors, obviously. If you're having some difficulty trying to figure out, you know, like okay, for example, um, the I'm getting the position of the agent in this particular case, and I'm trying to get the vector, um, you know, where the vector is going to end in this particular case. And here I'm checking to see, do I want to flip the agent around? Um, so moving actually I should say turn the agent to the left. And now we're going to go ahead and kind of expand on our values there. So we have an idea as to what's kind of going on here. We have kind of a sense of, this is kind of what's going on here. So let's go ahead and stop what we have currently. And then we're just gonna put logs down to make sure that everything's kind of working okay. Turning off glider. On glider. Init glide. So moving to destination. Okay, now we can go down to our smooth move function down here. And we can kind of work a little bit towards um, what we got here. So let's see, toggle walk animation. Then now obviously this is going to cause a lot of repeat messages over and over again, but I mean we can at least see whether or not it's actually getting inside of this and trying to figure out, um, where the position is. So um, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of select. Um, I'm just going to kind of use um, a straight message because with a do while loop and it's trying to do it every single frame, I don't want my entire debug log just filled up with messages not really conveying too much, the information would be changing too quickly for me to really see it. So, um, uh, moving closer. All right. So now that we have all this, um, we are going to need to figure out whether or not this is kind of working for us or not. So let's go on back here. We didn't really make any changes to the code, so or at least nothing that really. Whoops. Okay. Okay, well that was instantaneous. And it really kind of messed things up a little bit because um, as you can see, both of the agents were teleported off the map, and they're both in different locations. So that's a problem. um, Not only was it instantaneous, there wasn't really any kind of movement on it. Um, I mean, animation's going to the right, so I mean that's good. But um, yeah, that was a little bit of a problem there. So okay, so turning the agent to the right. Agent is flipped. Turning off collider. Turning on collider. Didn't collide, so moving to destination. Toggle walk animation. So these are all kind of working as intended. And now we have the moving closer. So, uh, so we know that we have this going on. Problem is that this didn't really work as intended. So, uh, the the um, instantaneous nature of the movement did not match with what I wanted to have happen. Um, so that's a problem. Um, second problem is the fact that the um, the end, the end destination being the um, trying to get from one tile to the other didn't really work out either. Okay. Um, based off of the, previous example, the idea was to try to have it, right next to the city so that they would kind of walk towards that particular spawn point. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. So, um, so we got some work to, uh, we got some work to kind of do on this. So, um, okay, so we can. I'm gonna go ahead and um, comment out these messages here because we determined that we can actually get um, to these particular locations. Okay, so um, also um, seeing that we had um, the agents go from where they were, which was um, the human city spawn location, all the way off the map, you saw the fact that it was to the right. So the fact that it correctly decided that um, you know uh, the start location here was not greater than the end location, the fact of flipping the agent to the right was correct. So we're looking pretty good when it comes to our if else statement right at the moment. So that's good. Um, so I'm kind of happy about that. Okay, so um, now here's the thing. Um, we didn't get um, the right location. Okay. Um, so let me kind of um, okay. Let me try to explain it a little bit. Um, so when I put down a single value, when I put down an x and y value, okay, I'm talking about a particular tile, okay, that they're needing to travel to, okay. The fact that both of these agents went off the map and were in two separate locations, okay, um, is a problem. Okay. Um, they're still kind of in the same kind of positioning as where they kind of left off, but they're not together on a single spot. Okay. So that's a problem. The um, so um, this vector here is showing um, it's giving them a straight line equally for both of them, but it's not to a single point. Okay, it's using the same vector, which is just causing um, the agent to just kind of go along that line to that particular spot for that particular distance. Okay, but it's not angled differently for both of them to get to a single spot. Okay, so that's where the failure is right at this moment in time. Um, so we're going to need to figure out how we can kind of fix that. Um, so I think what I'm probably going to need to do is, we're using the tiles and their respective X and Y coordinate, which is something that the system is still kind of using for the most part. So let me try to explain this a little bit more. Um, so when I was working on this game to kind of start off with, um, I had some difficulty in this because the map would not kind of conform um, to this kind of layout. Um, seeing that I'm trying to generate this map, um, generate the map each and every single time at runtime. I don't have a model or anything along those lines. I'm not generating the map um, to be the same each and every single time. Um, so um, the the tiles in this particular case would be, like over here if I didn't have the adjustments that I put in to make it look that way. Okay, so that's where the failure is. It's still using the values kind of contained um, where it thinks the tiles should be. So hence the reason why it's still kind of putting them off the map. So I'm going to need to get uh, get the tiles based off of their x and y value, get their x and y coordinate, and put that in for, or use that particular tile's x and y's position, use that position for the destination for where these individuals need to kind of go towards. The fact that it's instantaneous, that's something that I'm going to need to correct as well. But we need to first get the destination correct. So, um, so how am I going to go about doing this though? Okay, let's see. We're going to be looking at our board manager here to see what I can do to find um, our tiles here. So hmm, see if I actually built any kind of functions to try to um, find these particular tiles here. So set tile parent. Alright, which is this right here. This is where I've been creating the map. So hmm, see if I have anything that might be able to kind of get me the location, but it doesn't look like I have anything there for that. Hmm. Hmm. Have the equals, which is fine. The when Do I use that? Okay. Okay, so um, for those of you that might be watching that might not be aware of what's going on here. Um, so when I was first kind of working on this, um, the um, it wasn't it wasn't generating the um, I was having some difficulty trying to get the um, triangle that I wanted to build out of the hex tiles. All of my attempts to try to make it as such were causing me some problems with it. Um, so I had to try to make some adjustments to try to figure out how to go about um, adjusting the values so that it would uh, give us this particular shape. And obviously, that's caused some problems. Hence, our individuals over here. We're lagging pretty good right at the moment. We're only at 19 ghouls and we're having some issues with this. Interesting. Something to be aware of, I guess. So, for those of you that might be kind of wondering what the heck is going on there, um, when when you add, um, for those of you that might not be aware, okay, when you start adding elements into a game over and over and over again, okay, and they all have kind of animations, and you're doing some kind of messaging as well. You're doing some kind of, logs along those lines. Everything that you're doing, you know, uh, takes some extra time on trying to actually handle each of the agents. Okay. Um, what we were seeing there was the fact that um, I had 19 goblins um, being generated there, and you could kind of see the fact that the animation was slowing down a fair amount there. Now, the any kind of log slows down the process no matter what. Okay, but here's the thing. This is generating a log, every time a ghoul is made. It's not hitting any other logs, okay, or at least I don't think it is. Oh, no, it is. This slows down the process. Every single call that this makes to a debug log, it creates, you know, another one, another one, and another one. It just takes a long time trying to, um, you know, making these messages, outputting these messages here. See, um, same with these. So Okay, so let me do this again so I can kind of show you what I'm talking about here. Um, Now um, the more agents that you bring out there, and the more information you're trying to send out, uh, the more it becomes um, difficult for um, for the agents themselves to try to handle um, what's happening kind of thing. You're having a lot more um, you're kind of dealing with more. So um, see, look at all those all these attempts to get moving closer. You know, it's just increasing over and over and over again. Okay, and this is thousands. Okay, um, just in a matter of seconds. Okay, so and that's just this one particular debug log. Now imagine if I had put them to be somewhat different, like different values. I want to be able to see this at all. Okay, I want to be able to kind of see this kind of information being displayed here. I want to be able to see, Ghoul 1, Ghoul 2, Ghoul 3. All I would be seeing would be that. Just constant barrage of moving closer, you know, over and over and over again on my screen. It would be nonstop. Maybe occasionally I would see um, the message that, hey, another ghoul spawned, but it blinked by so fast, and that's it. So, uh, so this is kind of slowing down the process a bit. Okay, um, not completely, but I mean it's still one of those additions that you shouldn't have, especially in a for loop or a while loop or anything along those lines. Okay, because you're just gonna have this kind of clicking off all the time. Um, so, um, same with these here. These are also kind of going off on their own a little bit. So, let's see. Don't think there's anything else out there. Yeah. So now, as you can kind of see, the when we first started out, the animation was fairly fast overall. You had um, the movement being fairly steady for the most part on here. It's not so steady anymore. It's probably gonna get even worse as we move along. But I'm gonna let this run for a little bit longer, and I'll come back to it after I've kind of looked at the code a little bit more to try to figure out how I can kind of fix this destination problem out a little bit. Um, but I just want to kind of show you the delay that the animation's having right at this point. So, okay, so um, let's see, how am I going to get this to kind of work for me here? I have the tiles set inside the listing here. Obviously, I don't necessarily need to worry too much about the making the maze. Um, I just want to be able to get to the um, want to be able to get to the uh, destination. So I'm probably going to need to have something here that can kind of try to find the tile within the tile list. Um, check the floor tiles for to actually try to find the tile itself. Hmm. Let's see. Tile holder. Let's see. Tile map. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. It's kind of interesting about doing this. Okay, let's check back on this. Seems a little bit slower, doesn't it? Yeah. So this might be a concern as well. Yeah, let me go ahead and put this down here. So 61. Um, of agents off the board. Um, is using the transform position, not the x, y chords made for the board itself. To adjust. Okay. Let's see. Let me make sure that I'm numbering the errors correctly. Yeah, we're at 58 there, so we're fine. Um, Position of agents are not together. So the end destination is not equal between the two agents. This should be fixed from error 61. We'll see. Okay, 63. Um, Animation is dragging quite a bit after only a couple of agents spawned. May need to streamline animation if possible. Figure out where the slowdown is. Okay, um, so seeing that this game is all about trying to make sure that um, you're trying to get you're trying to okay, let me try to phrase it here. So for this game, not only are we having human spawn, warrior spawn, but we also have the enemy spawning. Okay, and the amount of characters that are going to be on the screen doing these just general animations has the potential of becoming quite a bit. Okay, especially for like the end level. Okay, for the last level, it's going to get pretty extreme. Okay, for the amount of agents that are out there and the amount of animation that's out there. So if we're seeing a slowdown on these agents after only a um, after only like 15 ghouls have spawned, that's 18 units out there, and I'm seeing a really massive slowdown in their animations. that doesn't bode well for me. Okay, it doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence. Um, so um, the I'm a bit concerned about this because now um, having this many units on the map and this much slowdown with the animation, it's concerning. It's concerning me because I should not be, 18 units is nothing when it comes to this game. Um, let's break it down a little bit more. Um, so you're looking at um, so we have four different factions on the board right at the moment. Okay, you have the humans, you have the ghouls, you have the ghosts, and you have the goblins, right? You have four factions. Okay, each one of them is spawning out individuals on the map. Okay, um, so the animation is going to have to kind of control each one of those cities outputting characters out on the map and handling their animation. Okay, if it's struggling with 18 units that are out there, that's not great. Let's take four into the 18, right? That's four and some change, right? 4.5. Um, that means that because I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a huge slowdown right now, with just the um, with just the 18 units. Um, you're talking, I would have to limit the player to 4 units, while the enemy gets four and, for each of their teams. Four ghosts, four goblins, and that's it. Not great. Not great on that. Um, how am I supposed to do um, one of the ideas for like a potential like stretch goal is to do like a flood, meaning that the units just keep on spawning and spawning and spawning and spawning, okay, until you know the humans are just completely overrun, okay. Um, that's not going to be possible with this kind of slowdown animation that we got right at the moment. So that's not good either. So we're going to have to figure out what's going on and how to try to go about fixing it. Now, first thing that I could do is um, change remove the debug log here. That might speed things up a little bit. Okay, a little bit. I'm not really. Uh, I doubt that that would be a huge improvement, but um, debug logs can still kind of slow things down a little bit. So, um, but the concern is the fact that um, while the debug log was outputting thousands upon thousands every single frame, um, the um, you still got the animation to contend with as well. Okay, and if the animation itself is having a difficult time trying to handle um, the sheer number of um, animations being handled, then we got some concerns. Okay, so here's the animation as it stands right now. Once again, we're gonna go back to our what we're doing over here with the tiles, try to figure out how we can fix the positioning, and then I'll show you again what I mean by the amount of animation. And we're gonna need to try to figure out how to fix that as well. So, um, makes me kind of wonder how streamlined their animation controller is. It could be my own fault too. I mean, I'm still fairly new to Unity as well. I might be putting in some code that might be kind of causing problems with Unity itself. I don't really know, but it's a little it was kind of raising up some red flags. The fact that the animation was slowing down just by 18 units on the screen. Um, so we got some work to do. So how do I go about figuring this out? Getting um, getting this all taken care of. So, okay, so we're going to spawn human, and we get back agent position out of that, and we then use agent position to instantiate where the human is going to be at. So, um, we're going to need to kind of handle that again. Um, so let's go to the board, spawn human, and see what we can do there. So spawn human. Okay. So okay, so we get the random human spawn position. We put that into hex tile key. and then we return that value back to um, return that value back as a vector2 int. So oh, that's what I could do. Vector2 int. What am I doing? um, let's see. Move. Passing. I forgot that vector2 int exists. There we go. Let's see. Spawn human. And it returns the vector2 int back to this. Hmm. Now that I realize what I could do, I could probably put agent position into here. I could say something like, out agent position. So I don't necessarily need this equals and like, so that's something new that I can kind of fix on that. Yeah, let me go ahead and put that down as something that I can add and do. So um, spawn human could use out position or an input and should be perfectly fine. Should be. I'm not saying that um, it's perfectly fine, but should maybe. Okay. Um, but we're going to spawn human, which is under the board manager here. So it finds all, if, it finds human spawn locations, meaning that it checks to see whether or not there's any, um, if there's any new spawn locations that haven't been completely checked out yet, that haven't been completely cleared because um, um, because there might be some resources around the spawn point that could be cleared out. But obviously, um, the um, oh, this is interesting. They went even further away. Um, there's resources that are around the city proper. So, um, I've kind of already talked about, what I did here in previous videos, so you can kind of go back there and check that out if you're interested. But this is just basically meant to, hey, if there's um, if there's 5 tiles out of the 6 that are viable spawn locations, then check to see whether or not that 6th one just became available or not. If not, then um, go ahead and grab one of those particular spots at random. Send it back here for the hex tile, and then we use the hex tiles row and column to create the integer. Now, here's the thing. The 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 row and column here is going to be integers, if I remember correctly. I'm not using any kind of um, I'm not changing these values at all. At least I'm trying to keep with the same um, row and column that I used to actually kind of construct this the board itself. So um, okay, so let me look at the log here, and let me check the spawn location here information. Okay, concerning the human, right? So um, see, there's a lot more ghouls that have been kind of made, but that was kind of slowing things down as well. So see, spawn location 6 and 5. Okay, um, so the hex tile key is using the actual coordinates, okay, that I want to use. Problem is that it's not coming across as an actual position, okay. So this isn't necessarily a problem per se. We're gonna have to kind of figure this part out a little bit more. Okay, so um, so now we're going to go ahead and head on back to Game Manager here. So agent position here has the X and Y position, the 6 and 5 here. So why do we have this? Why are we having a problem with positioning all of a sudden? Interesting, interesting. What's in here? Hmm. What's the issue here? What's going on here? Okay, so for the spawn human, we get you know the tiles, the tile that is in question. We we give it the tile hex and hex tile key. It's getting the temporary value of that, and then we um, use the row and column from that to create a new vector 2 int. Okay, so hence the reason why you see the 6 and 5 as the spawn location here. Okay, it's not going to change along those lines. So when you take this back to the game manager of the spawn human, the agent position is going to get those same exact values, the x and y value. So you take that down here to the instantiate, and the positions don't really change. We're not changing the values on there. The 6 and 5 is still there. So why are we having a huge problem on this? Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna need some additional details here. So Let's go ahead and bring out our debug log here. Okay. Row is is let's see. Form position X is Y. Let's see. Now we're going to check these two out here. And X and Y. I just want to get these, I want to figure out these values here because if this is um, the positioning isn't really lining up right at the moment, and that's what's kind of bugging me about this. So I'm a little put off on this because the positioning here isn't changing. So okay. Hmm. This is obviously getting duplicated over and over and over again, but right. Rows 8, columns 4. Right. That's what I made. That's what I did here for the pathing. Um, so the transform position of the agent in this particular case was um, it was 14 and 8, but hmm, because we added the two together, we get something that is way outside the bounds, which is not what we want to actually have happen. Hmm. What happens if I just do it this way? Say we have the end position and we remove start altogether. We just want it to kind of go um, towards the one location here. Let's try that. Oh, that didn't really work. Hmm. Let's see. Need this to be kind of close to where I'm trying to look at here a little bit. Um, let's see. I want this to kind of happen once anyway, so let's see. We have our boolean here already about can they move. So we should probably kind of work with that a little bit. Um, so I don't have so many messages popping up. See, I have this right here. Whether or not they can move or not. So um, So let's see. What we can do is look at our human can move functions. Let's see, still animating. Hmm. That's probably not something that I'm really gonna be needing to do a little bit. You know what, we're gonna go ahead and comment out this code for now because um, let's see. Um, let's see. What I want to do is have this kind of happen only once. So um, right now we're having it's returning the can move here, and um, for this that we have right here, it's just kind of toggling this on and off all the time, and um, you know, we're just kind of returning this back true and false. It's just kind of toggling back and forth, and then like not very helpful in our particular testing. We only just need to have it done once. So um, the fact that we're doing this each and every single frame, the whole um, toggling of the animation isn't working. So what we want to do is we want to do um, let's see. Um, let's see. Public void toggle move. So if can h move, then can h move needs to be false. Else can h move is equal to true. So now we're going to go to our game manager here. Um, this is for each and every single update. Um, let's see, hold on. See, we're gonna take this and we're gonna put this up here at the start. So we have it at least done once. then let's see. Now here's where I gotta um, oh no wait. If I do um, no val toggle move, that will change can move into false, and therefore it should only do this once. Should. Not sure. I need to use the restroom here real quick there, folks. So give me a second. I shall return very shortly. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, so uh, so the plan here is that um, they we're gonna have the can move set to true to start off with. Then um, after they go into this part here, they're gonna toggle the move, meaning that the can move will change to false. So it should never go back into this can move uh, attempt again after that. That's the plan. So so we should only be seeing those values pop up once. Again, that's the plan. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so they were at 8.6. They tried to go to 8.4. Positioning isn't working correctly. Let's keep on checking to see if they're in two different. Oh wow, okay. Okay, it looks like both are being put into the same spot this time, so that's good, but it's not centered. But it is kind of putting it in the same position on the map. Both being placed here each and every single time, so um, so we fixed this, fixed that, kind of, not quite, but both of them are pretty much done anyway. Let me go ahead and kind of make um, a new problem. So so um, human worker positions are placed off center of the tile after their move. Figure out why their positions are so off center. And then uh, another error here. Animation for the move is instantaneous. So that needs to be reduced down so that you can have it can't be instantaneous. It has to have some amount of progression over time. So um, so let's see. I want to see where it where is your position at? Interesting. Hmm. Right. Right. Okay, so here's where um, things are getting interesting here for the folks. Okay, so I just want to kind of make sure that everybody's kind of on the same. Um, you know what the problems that I'm seeing here, and you know what I'm currently trying to work through here. Okay, so the um, the tile placement here for this particular individual for where you going one. Okay, so let me um, so agent position, the the location for the tile is 8-6. Um, but the actual position based off of where the tile is located on the actual area is this value here, the 6.9 and the 4.5. Okay. Um, so while the tile might still be 8-6, the actual position is slightly different based off of the center of it. Okay. I tried seeing about getting it to kind of work with the actual numbers and the like, but it wasn't really working out the way I wanted it to. So, and unfortunately, the um, my attempts to work with the tile map weren't panning out the way I wanted it to. So, um, so we're gonna need to see um, really needs to see where these two kind of come into play here and see how it was able to kind of get the different positions overall. So, um, so let's see. Um, Not there. Right there. Hmm. Okay. So here's where it actually gets changed into um, the actual positions here. So okay, so we're gonna have to kind of use this again. So um, okay. Okay. Okay, what does this return again? Trains of vector 3. Interesting. Okay. So this is a vector 3. Interesting. So I did something like this. Let's see. That. Then we use in there. No, oh, hold on here. Let me make sure that I'm getting this all correct here. So this spot is there. That spot is there. That spot is there. No, I still need one more. Okay. So I did to end there. Then I don't necessarily need to cast it to ends there. Okay, we're going to be kind of fixing this up a little bit here. So that should give us the vector 3, but um, we need to get the G layout here working for us. So, hmm. Okay. Looking like I'm going to be needing to use that more often than just a simple one-time use here. So we're going to go ahead and take this and move that up here. So now, don't need that. And it should work down here. So if I did this, capture all that, change it here. How many problems are we creating here? Okay, we seem to be having some problems with human. A destination isn't correct. Okay, so that, which means this needs to change. So let's see. Let's see. That should work. Else should be fine. So let's go ahead and stop our program here and see if our changes have any kind of effect on placement here. So let's give it a go. Good. Oh, okay. The warrior was um, positioned at 8-4 as well, huh? Yeah, it was. Awesome. Okay, so the fact that it joined joined up with the other position here, so um, just kind of shows that we are kind of working. Um, it's working how we kind of want it to work per se. Um, we're able to actually get the position to kind of we're we have our start position and we have our end position, and now we were able to actually get it properly to the we're getting it centered again. So um, so we figured out this, so we can close that particular error out. Now, um, don't need. We're gonna have to kind of worry about this a little bit later. Um, worry about this a little bit later. Now we're gonna go ahead and see whether or not we can get this to be not instantaneous. So uh, I'm not sure how to kind of cover that. So um, that's where I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble trying to figure that part out. So um, it's having to do with this here. So um, so I would imagine that because of the inverse move time that we have, that's probably the reason why we're moving so fast. So, uh, so here's our move time. And I might want to try to see about trying to like maybe increase it or decrease it. Not sure. Um, so if I just put like, a couple extra zeros on there, making it a little bit harder or a little bit larger, which may change the overall move time. Yeah, let me so that will change our inverse move time to a much higher number. So would that speed things up or would that slow things down? Don't know. Let me see what happens here. So we're gonna go ahead and stop that, and we're gonna play again, and let's see. Yeah, that was almost instantaneous. So that didn't work. So now let's see about going in the exact opposite direction. Let's go ahead and put like 10 down and see what happens there. Again, we had it kind of blinking, so that didn't really do much in terms of that. Let's. It did seem a little slower. Let me increase it a little bit more. I was kind of able to see it a little bit longer, so that was pretty much instantaneous too. Hmm, might not be working out the way I want it to. So go back down to this part here. Um, okay. Max distance delta. I don't want that to be a huge, I don't want that to be a large number. So I want this to be something that I will have like, thousands on or so, or, point. Um, I need this to be a small value. So that means I'm going to need to have this value here be, let's put an extremely large value here, just to see whether or not we're going to have, we get, some amount of um, distance on this. We're multiplying inverse move time um, with the delta time here. Um, so we want to have the inverse move time to be really um, small value so that we can actually have, some amount of movement in the frames here. So let's see if this kind of works. No, no, that didn't really work very well. I mean, it's already at 1 million. Hmm, I don't think I'm doing this correctly. For obvious reasons, this is taking the amount of time that it's taking it from getting from there to there is not very long whatsoever. Okay, let's research this a little bit. Um, so let's see. Go ahead and search here for um, move towards. I want to control the time an object needs to move from point A to point B. Um, what is speed in this case? Um, movement is, for example, 3 seconds. Hmm. Hmm. They're just using time, delta time in this. They're not really using any kind of multiplier. Hmm. Okay, let's see. We're open and we're keeping this back open again, so um, I do kind of appreciate the whole, move time with the time portion there. Um, Again, I don't know how this kind of works because um, um, because if this is like within that certain amount of time, then wouldn't it like instantaneously move them to the destination? I don't know. Um, let's see. Um, doesn't move smoothly. It jumps to the middle of both positions at the end of position B. Game of, you know, hmm. Um, each frame moving certain distance time. Does time as name is confusing, but fine, let's keep it. Notice in the statement time is something move each frame, but it's velocity, not to make it, and frame simply times. Um, in coroutine, which means the function is frame, the last line for time is that time keeps on decreasing. Our next frame as distance becomes smaller and smaller. Hmm. Duration. Hmm. Is that where my problem is? that time and multiply time delta time. Is that? Hmm. Let's see. The values aren't changing. Or they're probably so slow that it's not really working the way I want it to work, so reduce it down a little bit and see what we can do with that. Still no change. Values aren't changing whatsoever. I mean, if it was moving slowly across the board, then that'd be fine, but it's not doing that, so that seemed awfully quick. And that was really quick. Hmm. Wait a second, this isn't really working out the way I want it to because the position isn't being changed at all. Still want to go to 8 and 4 on this, but the spawn points are still at 6 and 5. That's not exactly ideal. That's not what we want to have happen. It's not really moving at all. So something's going on with the calculation here. So um, hmm. Okay, we're messing up here somewhere. Calculations are not correct on this. So they're not moving whatsoever. That was interesting. Okay, I don't necessarily like the slowdown on this. It needs to be fairly consistent. Okay, so here's where things get a little um, here's the problem with this is the fact that it's uh, as the distance keeps on getting smaller and smaller, the amount of time that it takes to get to the destination gets slower and slower, and you get a slowdown of the character reaching towards the end. Okay, don't necessarily want that. We want something that has a um, we need something that is fairly consistent. Um, so hmm, okay, so let's try to do it this way here. So this guy's using the same kind of um, distance there. So um, distance, we are um, he has it as target and start position. Let me look that up here real quick. Um, Energy. Um, what's the function again? Factor 3. Okay, so it doesn't really matter one way or another. It just calculates the overall distance between the two. Okay, so you can basically put them in whatever order you want to. Okay. I was a little confused about the why this guy used target and start position, um, but okay, so now if we want to do that in say 3 seconds. And we have time times delta time there. So it should, calculate that distance out, take it within 3 seconds, for example. Or no, wait. Target is 1 minute. You're using um, you're using 60 seconds for that. So yeah, this should be fine. So let's stop this and let's try this again. Once again, they're slowing down again, and I don't necessarily need it to slow down. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Move towards slow. Without slowing down. Let's see. At the moment, I'm trying to make an object move towards a position without slowing down. Right now, I'm using this. Try to doesn't slow down before the target. Eventually, just stop short of it around this. Um, it seems like an old topic there. Let's go ahead and try to look at this here a little bit. Um, let's see. There's no, and it just uses the normalized direction vector between the current position and target and multiplies it with your max movement delta. So it always moves with the speed you provided. As long as the speed is constant, you will have a constant movement. Movement isn't constant, it's not related to the above mentioned code. Um, what's the difference between time and fixed delta time? Let's see. Time. Got this. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. I don't even need this here. Let's see. Okay, no replies on that one. Never mind that. Um, hmm. Okay. Let's see. Movement is fixed. Ever There is a slowdown at the end of the should be consistent. Okay. So that's where we're gonna go ahead and kind of close on down for the night there, folks. I got about 5 more minutes left. I mean, I could continue trying to figure this part out, but I have a funny feeling that I'm not gonna find my solution right away. Um, um, let's see. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to close on down here there, folks. We got, um, we are at the end of our stream here. We are 6 o'clock. I need to kind of close on down here. Not finding the answer that I need, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and kind of cause myself an error so that um, when we bring this up next time, then uh, we'll know that I have a problem at this particular line that I can kind of go back to, and we can continue where we kind of left off last time. I'm trying to figure out how we can get the um, um, movement slows at the end needs to be fixed. So we're going to go ahead and try to work on that again next week. See what we can do there, and then we'll continue where we left off. Now, this is showing the fact that we are getting closer to where we kind of need to be, and that the agents are moving towards um, towards the next tile. So this means that once we get the pathing correct, okay, and it sends back the right, next tile to kind of move to another one, then we can figure out um, the um, we can start working on our pathing a little bit more to try to get it to output the uh, each tile, you know, in succession to make these movements the way we need them to move. So, um, here, let me kind of put this back here real quick so that I can kind of show what I'm talking about here. So, um, right now, I just have it, kind of having them kind of move into an arbitrary tile right at the moment. But, I mean, this is going, straight through, for example. Okay, it's not regarding the you know um, it moved from this tile to that tile in a straight line. Okay, when it should be going there and then there. Okay, so that's the fault of the movement or the destination being something that is, at a far enough distance. So like if I was to put this value at where um, the ghoul's position is at, say like I change it to 2 and 3, for example. Here, let me do that. Uh, um, so if I was to change this to say 2 and 3, for example, just as a point of, you know, something that can happen at a far enough distance away, then um, you'll see that, these guys are, moving across the board now to try to get to our that particular location. So, um, so we're gonna need to kind of work on trying to get a route. Even if it's meant to, um, you know, going tile by tile. We need to get that working, which is what the pathing is going to be all about. So, um, Now, what I could do is I could um, put like a path down so that it just kind of switches between them all. Um, so, um, and we can just kind of have it go in that general idea. Um, just to make sure that, it's kind of working the way it kind of needs to work. So what I could do is under pathing here, um, we can do something like out ranger counter, um, switch counter have case. Oh, no. Case. Um, 0. We want it to and then I can just kind of put, multiple values down in here just to kind of simulate the movement, but that's not exactly um, um, it's not exactly what I want to do on this, obviously. Okay. This is just meant to kind of say, hey, are we actually uh, getting the movement between the tiles kind of working out the way we kind of want it to do? So, so if I did 8 and 4, um, you know, um, so let's just kind of do um, something like this, for example. Um, so we'll just kind of save it at that for now, and we'll see whether or not it kind of moves all over the place or not. Okay, we'll see um, how this kind of works out the way we want it to work out. Okay. Can it move between the different tiles smoothly? Um, are we gonna have problems with it trying to switch like uh, in mid movement kind of thing? This is something that we're gonna need to kind of check anyway. So, um, but that's where we're gonna have to hold off until next week. So, all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you'd like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you'd like. Um, I have a schedule of everything that I do on this Twitch channel down below in the Twitch About page. Um, I play games during the rest of the week, but I do these coding streams every Sunday. So if you're interested in any of that, stop on by on any one of those particular days. Um, I stream daily from 2 to 6 p.m. So stop on by during that window of time. Say hi if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. But that's where we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. Harder, thank you for stopping on by. I know that you're probably asleep, but thank you nonetheless for stopping on by and giving me some devil's advocate um, ideas to check out. I appreciate it. And Jedi, thank you once again for stopping on by there, bud. I appreciate when you do. So, um, hopefully this will find you all well and good. So you all take care, stay healthy, stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time.